Okay, I'm going to start a little bit early. I'm hoping everything is set up all right. Can you guys hear me okay? Crossing fingers, hoping. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it so much. I am really nervous about this stream. This is the first time any part of me has been on cam on stream. Um, so this is very, very new to me. I appreciate you guys. You are awesome. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm going to get my keyboard out of my lap here. So, I have set myself a goal to create 50 items, knitted items, to donate to local homeless shelters or people in need. And this is my first stream working on that. So, this is a start that I have already started. I have, oops, my yarn's all, I have yarn puke here. Um, I have to switch my cam because I'm watching my stream cam and I've got a delay. Give me just a moment so I can pop out this other one so I can see what I'm doing in real time. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Windowed. Let me move it. Oh my, everything is just not behaving. Let's close that and try again. Windowed project. There we go. Okay, I can see things now. Let me get my chat back up so I can see what you guys are saying. Yeah, no, it's not the sound, it was the visual that was getting me. But yeah, so this is my I have a couple things I've already made towards it, but this is the current project. This is a new set of knitting needles that a friend of mine bought for me. He actually bought me two sets. This is my 10 millimeter, and he also bought me a 5 millimeter set. I have been so happy with them. They are from Brittany, and they are made from birch. And I have used metal needles before, and I used bamboo needles for quite some time, and I have moved on to these birch ones, and I absolutely adore them. They are so nice. They have just the right amount of grip and the right amount of slip. Um, I love them. I love them so much. The yarn I am currently using is just a red heart yarn, nothing too fancy. I don't have the funds to do crazy spendy things. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot. I don't have it linked in my description yet, I don't think. I do have a throne that I have some yarn on my wish list for. Let me find the link for that quick. Again, first time knitting stream, so things are going to be a little learn as you go here. Does anybody use throne? Does anybody know where I can? Oh, here we go. Share your public throne page. Copy link. And then we will put that link in here. If it actually copied. Copy. Okay. We'll paste it. There we go. Obviously, nobody's required to donate to that, but if anybody would like to, I don't know if my husband has any kind of overlay for Throne set up for me yet. Probably not. So I may not know if somebody does donate. Feel free to post in chat if you donated towards that. I apologize if I do not see if someone did donate. But the reason I have those yarns on there is because I want to use those yarns towards making these products or projects to donate. Excuse me. So again, welcome in everybody. I don't know how this is go. I've never done a just chatting stream. I've never done a crafting stream. I'm usually a gamer, but I like to knit a lot on my own time. And I've recently started following a lot of makers and crafters, and I love their content. And I've wanted to do something like this for a really long time, and I just haven't had the guts to put any part of me on cam. So this is you're not going to see my face today, but a little bit of a first look for everybody. I haven't decided how long I'm going to make this scarf yet. It's just kind of a knit until you feel done kind of thing. Kind of like when I'm cooking and, you add seasonings until your ancestors tell you it's good. That's another thing I'd like to do someday is a cooking stream, but I don't know how I would set that up. I would definitely need my husband's help for that. Need a cameraman. I don't have any tripods or anything like that. But for now, one new thing, one new thing at a time. So how's everybody doing today? I don't know if you can see it on camera, but my hands are actually shaking just a little bit. I gotta be a little more careful about grabbing the yarn with my needle, make sure I don't drop a stitch. I love food, so I would be there. I love cooking. I am disabled. The government does not yet recognize that I am disabled, but I am disabled. Um, and I miss being able to cook all the time. I can only do it once in a while now. My husband has to do most of the cooking now, but when I've got the energy and the willpower to do it, man, I can make some good foods. I try not to toot my own horn about it too much, but pretty much everybody who's eaten my food has enjoyed it. My favorite example is we had a group of people that was working with our family to cut up some wood for winter because my mom had a wood stove at the time, and for heating the house, they had a wood furnace, and I made a big pot of split pea soup with ham to try to feed everybody. I think we had like 4 or 5 people that were going to be coming in, and I wanted them to have something nice and hot and filling, hearty to eat. And they came in, and one of the guys said, "Oh, I hate split pea soup so much, but I'll take a little bit because I'm starving, I'm cold, I want to warm up, so I'll take just a little bit." He ended up eating 2 huge bowls. But to make I guess this could be cooking recipes and knitting. When I make my split pea soup, I make a huge pot of it. I do 2 bags of split peas. I usually get the hand peas if they're available, but if they're not, I'll get the regular ones for my own seasonings. Um, and I cheat. I buy the little pre-minced ham cubes. I think they come in a blue package. I pick them up at Walmart. I get like a pound of those little, depending on how much I'm making, 1 to 2 pounds of those little pre-minced ham cubes. And I get the bag of the little diced frozen carrots, and I will cook up the carrots partially separately. I'll steam them until they're just starting to get soft, and then I pop them in a food processor and grind them up so there's no chunks of carrot. I will either do the same thing with onions. I'll cook them at the same time, like cook them with the carrot, or I will use like dehydrated minced onions sometimes if I just don't feel like dealing with onions or don't have them on hand. I always have a big jug of dehydrated minced onions. Excuse me. So I'll cook those with the carrot and grind them up in the food processor and toss those in with the peas when they're about half done, because it takes a long time to boil and soften those split peas. Um, I add that stuff in, and I add a little bit of Lari seasoned salt and a little salt and pepper and a little bit of celery salt and maybe a little bit of thyme, not much, just a little bit. And then my super secret seasoning, which is not going to be so secret in a moment, that makes it so good is I take a combination of the mesquite flavor and the hickory flavor of liquid smoke, and I pop that in there when it's got about, I don't know, 20 minutes left to cook. let it cook off the alcohol flavor that comes with the liquid smoke, and it just makes it taste like it was cooked over a campfire. It's so good. And I won't eat split pea soup at a restaurant. I won't eat canned split pea soup. I cook mine down to where there are no chunks of peas left in it. It is basically a puree when I'm done with it. And I don't puree. Like some people will actually puree their split pea soup. I don't puree mine. It just is cooked to the point where it looks like it's been pureed. Um, I will also substitute some of the water. Like when you boil it down, you boil it in water. I substitute some of the water with chicken broth. So if you put that chicken broth in there, you have to use less salt when you season it, and it just gives it a nice, richer flavor. I didn't see your Mama Nolan. I didn't, or sorry, not Mama Nolan, Lady Cricket Bug. I didn't see your comment about the birch needles. You also have birch needles? I love them so much. They're so nice. They're just so easy to work with. I really want to get myself, so I haven't crocheted in many, many years, and I was never a great crocheter. I always had trouble with my stitch tension. Um, and I'd start a big project like a blanket, and I would get, you know, 6 to 8 inches down in my crocheting, in my rows, and I would realize that it was so bad. My tension was so bad that I would just get mad and throw the whole project away. Um, but I've been watching some other streamers that do crocheting lately, and they were actually the ones that recommended Brittany crochet needle to me. And when the friend bought these for me, he thought he was buying crochet needles. I thought he was buying crochet needles, and I didn't realize until I received them that they were knitting needles. Welcome in, Sky. By the way, excuse the horribly painted nails. I was gonna redo them yesterday. I don't normally paint my nails. This is the first time I have painted my nails since 2018 when I got married to my husband. And I just kind of got a bug up my butt and decided to paint them the other day. Well, about a week ago now. I was really happy with it. I want to do it again. However, I could not find my acetone to remove the old polish so I can repaint them. So I'm going to have to pick up a new bottle of acetone to be able to do that. I don't I don't know if that was auto modded or if Sky modded that, but if you modded that, it's okay, Sky. I made the decision to wear my pen for this stream, so I up to this point have chosen to only excuse me. Oh no, it's okay. From all the information you knew, that was something to be deleted. Today is the first time that I've done any more than insinuate towards using something like that. But, it's part of who I am, and I live in a state that isn't thrilled about it, let's put it that way. So, I've been very careful up to this point to only make insinuations. But you know what? Fuck it. Sky does protect. Which is funny. I made the choice to have the pen as opposed to something more obvious because technically this could be a nicotine pen. Could be. Might be. You never know. See, now if I lived in Colorado, it would be a completely different story. I, however, live in a much more conservative state. We'll put it that way. I would love to live in Colorado. That would be amazing. But yeah, I guess Sky, I will say if I am doing something like this where I am wearing a pen, then yeah, I guess I'm already kind of making it obvious. If it's one of my regular gaming streams, then yeah, I would probably go with, oh no, like died? Like don't charge or out of fluid or don't, oh no. Well, that's not good. Time to hop down to the smoke shop. Excuse me. Yeah, I do cough a lot because I am a smoker with allergies and a cat. Not allergies in a cat, allergies and a cat. Allergies in me caused by my cat. Thanks. Oh, for Sky because she lost hers. Yeah. Well, not lost, but lost the ability to use. Words are hard today. It's early. I'm also not usually a morning person, but lately my sleep schedule's been really, I mean, I don't really have much of a sleep schedule anyway. I just sleep when I can because my body's so dumb. But lately I've been going to bed at like 7:30 at night and waking up crazy early in the morning. And that is not normally me. I am normally going to bed at 5 to 7 a.m. But it's okay. Oh, that stinks. Yeah, definitely stop there on your way to work. That sucks that they both died at the same time. Yeah, for those of, I guess I should introduce myself a little better. I've got a lot of new people in here today. My name is Sly, and I'm an 18 plus streamer. Um, we don't behave ourselves very well here. I usually do gaming. I do Rocket League and Phasmophobia and a little bit of Minecraft and some Satisfactory and just whatever I feel like in the moment. I like a lot of different games, a lot of different styles of games. I also enjoy crafting. I haven't done it on stream before, but I do knitting. I have made hand painted glass cabochon dragon eyes. They're about that big. Um, I tried doing smaller ones. The smaller ones are hard to do. I can do them, but I can't, I like getting more detail in, and it's hard to get a lot of detail in the little ones. There's a lot of nude people explains why I woke up naked. Wait, what am I? You had said, all right, I need to go scroll up and chat because you had said something when you came in. Where am I? How did I get here? Why am I naked again? Thanks, Sky. I hope that works. Did that work? I don't know if it worked. I didn't hear it work. Did it play the thing? No. Yeah, I apologize. My Firebot stuff might not work perfectly today. Sky, I set this scene up without Wolf's help. Thank you for the alert. Yeah, I am certain that this scene needs more work. I'm just proud of myself for having the ability to set it up at all without Wolf's help. Wolf is seeking. I did good. Not 100%, but you know. This yarn that I'm using is actually yarn that Sky gave me to use, so I appreciate you, Sky. I mean, I appreciate you anyway, with or without the gift of yarn, but couldn't do this stream without you. I had never even really considered making anything loose knit like this before I accidentally got these needles. Oh, you did get more yarn. Nice. I need more yarn. This is what I have left. This is it. Once that's gone, I am out. I mean, I've got little bits and scraps and stuff, but nothing big enough to make anything out of at this time. I don't have enough scraps to put them together to make something. Ooh, that would be awesome. Thank you. I may have to mute myself in just a moment. The roommate and owner of the house is, I believe, about to deliver a cat. He spends most of his time down here. He's our cat. He's not her cat, but she took it upon herself to start feeding him all of his feedings. We did not ask. She chose to do this to try to make him like her more. Didn't really work. Oh yeah, what hours do you work? Oh, you just said you're not sure how long you'll be there. Never mind. Don't mind me. I misunderstood what you were saying at first. Ah, got you. So it's like the second half of your orientation stuff, basically. Got you. Got you. Oh, by the way, I have my music playing in the background. If there is ever a song that is triggery for someone and you would like me to skip it, don't hesitate to ask. I am happy to skip if there's a song that bothers somebody. I know songs can bring some pretty strong emotions. So, and sometimes it's just linked with a memory or whatever. But if there's anything that you'd rather not listen to, just let me know and I'm happy to skip. I've come across a couple of songs that I had in my like playlist that I've enjoyed for years and years and years. And then I listened to them more closely once I started playing them in the stream. And I'm like, that might not be the best song for everybody. I think I should maybe pull that one out. I'm not really listening to any of my specific playlists right now. This one is just all of my liked songs on Spotify. Oh yeah, I started talking about the loose knit stuff. I hadn't really considered doing anything loose knit. To me, it just didn't make sense. I live in a cold climate, and if I'm going to wear something knitted, I want something as warm and tightly knit as it can be. However, since I got these, I've knitted a couple of things that were loose knit, and grab one of them. This is a scarf that I made for myself. Ooh, that looks really bright on stream. I got to remember everything's backwards. I got to go right to go left. But I think you can probably see if I put my hand behind it, you can see the loose knit. And I really, really enjoy this. I'm in a basement. Sorry, this is all over the monitor while I fold it back up. I'm in a basement and it's cold down here a lot. So I really like having this not be as warm as a tightly knit one would be. It's just nice to have that. My hair is very, very short, and it's nice to have that extra little bit of warmth without it being too hot. I sometimes wrap it over my head, sometimes wrap it around my neck, and it's nice. I like it. And since I made that, I've been wanting to make more things like that. Okay, if my Firebot's not working right, it's probably not posting my posts right. Could you please post the Discord link? Thank you. Um, if anybody else has any projects that they're working on, I can't show any on stream today because I don't have a scene set up yet to be able to do that. But if I do this knitting stream thing again, which I probably will, um, I would like to have something set up so I can do what a lot of other crafters do and show off some of the things that their community has made. So I think I'm probably gonna check my Discord, maybe add a channel or two, and then the next time I do one of these streams, if you guys have actually, I don't know what time your stuff starts. Sky, you are a mod in my Discord. Do you want to just, if you have time, I don't know if you have time, but if you have time, could you look at my Discord and see if I have a good channel in there specifically for makers and crafting type stuff? And if not, would you mind throwing one in there for me, please? If if you've got the time to do it. If not, I can do it after stream. Also, I will let you guys know if you do join the Discord. I apologize. When you click the thumbs up on the rules channel, it is supposed to give you your pup roll. Right now, that bot is broken. Um, so we have to just go in and manually give you that roll. But if you just come in, click the thumbs up, and either DM myself or a mod, we are happy to pop that roll in for you. I've got to get a different bot for that so it works properly. My community is growing, and I can't be having to do it manually for every single person. I mean, it's fine for now, but I need to improve my system. um, no, that's fine. See, I made this channel's perfect. That will do the trick. Thank you. Thanks for checking. I appreciate you. Yeah, I have a cat staring at me now. He's like, Mom, why are you knitting again? When you knit, you don't pet the cat. Ooh, if I'm gonna do streams like this, I'll have to add a cat redeem. Like, I have a Renji redeem, but it just shows a picture of Renji. I need to have a Renji redeem that, of course, right now it's broken, so it won't show a picture of Renji. Please don't use channel points. Oh, well, I was just going to say, please don't use channel points because the things are broken. Oh, Zip, thank you. Thanks for the resub. I appreciate you. Welcome in. I suppose I could offer a free cat viewing when I'm done with this line. He's gonna be mad when I call him up here and then make him go lay down. Renji, kitty, kitty, come here, mom, come on, come on. That's fine, Zip. Thanks for popping by. Could you not put your butt in the camera, please? That's rude. Oh, gotta scoot you down. You're up too high. There. Get it, fat kitty. See if we can turn you so the camera can actually see you. And there we go. Happy kitty. Oh, he loves his mama. He is such a mama's boy. Yeah, happy fat kitty. So now we get like a 2-minute cat break because I can't put him up here and not pet him for a couple of minutes or he will throw a fit. Be like, why did I use my efforts to come up there if you weren't going to love me forever, Mom? No, like, I don't like that. I'm allergic to your stick. See if I can get him to look up at the camera so you can see his pretty blue eyes. Benji. Of course, as soon as I put my hand up there, it tries to focus on my hand. Focus on the cat. Come on, Cam. Do the thing. Try again. Come on, follow it back. Kitty sniffs the fingers. He is a chonk. We love our weird fat kitty. Do you see yourself up there? Mm-hmm. What? No, stop licking me. Stop. He's pushing my arm away. He's being a weirdo. Ow, that's sharp. You need your claws trimmed. All right. He's trying to knead on my ow arm. That's sharp. All right. I need to move you now. I need to go back to my knitting. You got to move. You can lay by my legs, go. Yeah, you can lay there. How about you turn around and lay down? Lay down. Thank you. All right. Back to the yarn. Excuse me. I know this isn't the best setup for a stream, but you know, that's what I got for now. And I had a few people encourage me today to just do it anyway. And I've told other people the same thing. You're not always going to have the setup you want when you first start. Just do it anyway. People will understand. Most people don't have a perfect setup when they start something new. So yeah, if any of you guys have projects that you're working on, or projects that you've done in the past, things you just want to show off, feel free to pop by my Discord and post in that Look What I Made channel. And next time we do a knitting stream, we will show off all the amazing things that you people can make. Even if you don't stream, you don't have to stream your making and crafting. Just anything you've made. I will say my streams are 18 plus. My Discord is for everyone, so please make sure if you do join the Discord, keep anything NSFW in the 18 plus channels, please. I've been debating whether or not to make my Discord 18 plus, like just the whole thing. But I don't know, especially if I'm going into the makers and crafting thing, not everybody is 18 plus, but then again, my streams are, so I don't know. I've only got like 3 people, maybe 3 or 4 people in my Discord that aren't over 18 at this point. The cat is now laying next to my leg, glaring at my knitting because it's taking up my hands, and that means that I can't pet him. So the alert that just popped up is my husband had been using a 13-year-old potato of a PC for that amount of time. It just couldn't anymore. So he really hasn't been able to stream a lot. He's been using a loaner laptop that Sky graciously loaned to him to get him through until we can get him a new PC. So I've been running a fundraiser for him for roughly the last year, trying to save up for a new PC. So donations are never expected, but always greatly appreciated if anyone would like to donate at that link. That is how we're raising the money. I believe we're at, normally I have an overlay up that shows what we're at, but I forgot to add it when I was making this scene. And to be honest, I'm not completely sure how to add it, because that's a thing my husband usually does. But I believe we're at a little over 800 of our 1750 goals, so getting there, slowly but surely. I think this is something I'm going to do more often. Like, I am enjoying this. It is nice to be able to just, a lot of the times when I'm knitting, I'm just sitting down here by myself watching a show and knitting because everybody else in the house is asleep or away or whatever. And it's nice to just feel like I have somebody to chat with while I'm knitting. I guess one of the reasons I wasn't gonna do a knitting stream is because I felt like it would be boring, especially something like this where I'm just doing the same thing over and over and over. I really wish my cam would focus better. I'm not sure why it's not. And I wonder if it's maybe the fuzzy blanket. Maybe if I can get one blanket up here. It's got less to try to look at. I'm thinking it doesn't know what it wants to focus on. Because the cam is good. Like when I have it at my face, it focuses just fine. Okay. Focus on this. This is the only thing you have to look at. Focus on it. Just doesn't want to. Wonder if closer or further away would be better. Better? That seems a little better. Maybe I can bring my cam closer to me. It's on my monitor, so excuse the weird shaky movement. See if that helps at all. No, it's not really at the right angle. All right, we'll see how that does. See if that's any better. Come on, focus. There you go. By the way, I appreciate all the new follows. I was looking at my chat and not paying attention to my activity feed, and I've got a whole bunch of new follows in there. Let me go over and scroll through and see who we've got here. Crafty Lady followed, Mama Nolan followed, Liggity Cricket Bug followed, Unstable One followed. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. Sorry I didn't see it when it happened. Again, Firebot stuff isn't working right now. Normally I would hear things when that stuff happens. Which is why I didn't notice it. I'm used to getting that audible notification. Oh, we're glad to have you. I am also a serial lurker. I have so many people that I want to support because I just think that they're amazing crafters or streamers or gamers or friends or whatever, that it would be impossible for me to be active in everyone's stream that I want to support. So I lurk all the time. I just try to jump back and forth. Like one day I'll be more active in one person's stream, and the next day I'll be more active in somebody else's stream. Also, there's a lot of off the wall in our community. It's a little more mellow with me just being by myself knitting, but you get enough of us in a room and things are going to get a little wild. I'm pretty sure Sky can vouch for that. She's one of the crazies I game with. And I use the word crazies in the most loving way. Don't tell them. I should. Oh no, I can't. I was just thinking I should put my VTuber up when I'm doing this, but I can't put my VTuber up when I'm doing this because my VTuber needs my cam. I only have one cam for right now, so. I was thinking at least then you could see like the expressions on my face and stuff, but oh, 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 fall off, nothing there. I also want to get into learning some other stitches and stuff. For right now, I am just using a plain garter stitch, nothing fancy. It's easy to do. I don't have to think about it. I have arthritis in my hands. It's not hard on my hands to do this stitch. Um, but I do want to learn some other ones. However, some of the ones I want to do, some of the things I want to make, I'm going to need to get new needles for because I need a new set. That's something I should add to my throne that I haven't yet. I need a new set of cable needles. The ones I had were just a cheap set from Walmart and they fell apart halfway through a scarf I was making. And I had to fight and fight and fight and fight and fight with those things to be able to finish that scarf. I dropped so many stitches because the cables kept falling out. And I made a pact with myself that I was not buying another set of cable needles unless they were a high quality set that was not going to fall apart and that I would enjoy using. So I found a set. Unfortunately, it's really expensive. It's a set from Knit Picks, and it's beautiful. I love it. I want it, but it's going to be a while before I can afford it. I kind of wish I had the overhead angle for this just because it gives you a weird angle of watching the knitting from. Like, yeah, you can see what I'm doing, but it just kind of looks weird from that angle. But I would need some kind of a different arm to put it on as opposed to just having it on my monitor to do that. Hey Sky, can you see if Sound Booth Bot works? Like just do a random sound so I can see if that at least works. I don't know if that's gonna work either. Nope, not unless it's laggy. Yep, I definitely have to have Wolf look over this scene later today once he's up and have him add some things so it can be a little more interactive like my gaming streams are. What I should have done is maybe, no, because then I would have had to change things. I was going to say maybe I should have just added the cam to a different scene and made it easily disableable. But, eh. I'll just have him build it up later. Or show me how. That'd be good. I need to learn how to do this stuff on my own. I married a tech guy, so he does all of my setup for me in Firebot and OBS and all that stuff. I don't have to worry about any of it, except when he can't, which means I really should learn how to do more of this stuff on my own. He spent almost a month in the hospital right around Christmas. He had to have lung surgery, and streaming was difficult. Well, everything was difficult while he was gone, but trying to figure stuff out without him being here or being available a lot of the time. Hard. Your husband is your tech guy as well. Isn't it nice to not have to deal with all the background crap and just be able to stream and enjoy it? Oh, that's cool. I am not one of those streamers that's like, oh, don't talk about other streams in my stream. I am all about community. As long as you're not being like, hey, leave Fly's stream and go watch this stream right now, I don't care. Oh yeah, I totally understand. I appreciate your wording. Yeah, and that's good. So what kind of stuff do you guys do? Like I've kind of sort of met a couple of you in other communities, um, but I don't really know what all you guys do yet. I want to learn about you. Oh, was that your? Are you the one that was doing the Dreamcatcher one, Mama Noland? Welcome in, Valkyria. I saw I saw on Crafty Lady's stream uh one that was a I didn't have my audio on at the time, but I saw one that was a Dreamcatcher. Was that yours? That is another streamer friend? Okay. Just curious, because that was really cool. I've never tried diamond painting. I feel like I would lose all the pieces. My cat would steal them, and then he would eat them, and then I'd have vet bills. You game art on stream and also crochet off stream. Interesting. What kind of games do you like? I did not see the hydrate that you redeemed, Sky, but I do now, and I will hydrate right now. So what kind of things do you like doing? Like, are there specific um genres, I guess, of diamond painting that you like doing? Certain types of things like that you like to do, like flowers or animals or Loyalty, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for the work, Lurk. You want to deny me my hydrate, then fine. Now listen, lady. I told you my Firebot things weren't making sounds in my ear holes. Oh, there was an ad. I didn't even realize there was an ad. See, nothing's working right. That's okay. We'll just roll with it. Thank you, Loyalty. I'm obsessed with that dream catcher. Currently working on custom logos for my cousin, then I'm going to start on a colorful one. Because this one's so blah. It's mainly all one color, so very repetitive. Um, that's kind of how I feel about making stuff like this. That's all one, like, I have a hat that I made. I like making stuff like this. I prefer making stuff like this. But, you know, you got to work with what you got. You like to do pieces for others. You've only do one. That's cool. I like making things for others. I made 2 scarves and a hat for Sky. Made a hat for another one of my friends. I've made several hand warmers. Actually, I haven't shown you my hand warmers. I've made several sets of hand warmers. Different sizes, different lengths. These are some of my favorite. These, I get this yarn from Knit Pick. It is their swish variety. It is so soft. It's softer than it looks. See if I can, man, I wish it didn't change the color. It is the darker color. It's not that bright blue. But every time I try to get it so it can zoom in, it changes it to bright. This is a merino wool blend, and it's washable, and it's amazing, and I love it so much. This is the DK weight with a number 4mm needle, I believe, 4.5. I'd have to look at it to see for sure. I think it's 4mm. But they are so comfortable, and they don't get over hot, but they keep your hands warm while you're using a keyboard or a controller or knitting. I really like them. So my nails are fairly long right now. And when this nail, my ring fingernail, gets long and I'm knitting, I tend to stab it into the palm of my hand. And I will often wear these just to protect the palms of my hands when I'm knitting. And they're so easy to make. If anybody knits or crochets, you could easily make this. This was the first knitting project I ever did. Not this pair, but this type of hand warmer. It's literally, I think I've got a set. Yeah, I've got a set that I haven't stitched yet. I can show you these ones. This is one of the sets that I'm going to be donating. I need to wash them first. They have cat hair on them. It is literally just a rectangle like this size. Oops, wrong way. This size. And it's a long tail cast on. And you leave them on diagonal ends. You want to make sure you stop on the opposite corner you started on. And then all you do, you fold it over and you use your tail to sew up this little part up here first. And then you use your other, whichever is your longer tail you want to leave in the back. I made this set for someone smaller, so it doesn't actually fit me properly. This is supposed to be more of a kid's size, so I don't want to stretch it all the way around my arm. But, and on a kid, it'll go a little farther up the arm too. But then you just stitch the other way from the other end, and they're so simple, and they're so fast. I can make a set of these in an afternoon easily. Well, like a little less than half a day, I guess, is about what it takes me to make a set. And that's using the 4mm. They go faster with bigger yarn. I've made them. This one is actually with worsted yarn. I just realized that this wasn't my other yarn. This is the worsted yarn. Hold this back up. They are so comfy. I love them so much. I wear them every single day at some point during the day. Like I said, I'm in a basement where it's kind of chilly. So I have my You saw me just reach to my side. I always have my hat, my scarf, and my hand warmers right next to me because I have them off and on and off and on throughout the entire day. I have the first hat that I made, I don't have down here because it is my sleeping hat. When I got my hair cut super short, I like my bedroom really cold. But I was having trouble with the top of my head getting super cold at night and it would wake me up. And I was completely comfortable otherwise, but the top of my head would get cold. And I'm like, this is dumb. I need a hat for sleeping. So I looked up a simple pattern to just basically do the same thing I do with the hand warmers. You knit a rectangle and then you just tie it up at the top to make the hat and stitch it up the side, And I love it. I love having a sleeping hat. Awesome. I made it with the same multicolor yarn that I made this hat with. And it was interesting that it turned out a completely different pattern. Like the other one's more of a camouflage style pattern, but in the, blue, black, teal range. Uh-oh, we're getting hung up. Come on, let go. Let go, let go. Thank you. The amount of yarn I have may decide how long this scarf is. I wanted to do a pretty long one since it's thin, so you can get like an extra wrap on it maybe. But I think I'm probably going to end up going until I run out of yarn. I don't know if my stream's going to go that long, but the scarf probably will. I'll have to maybe talk to a couple of my streamer friends that do show off their Discord members stuff. Wolf might know how to do it without me doing that, but I need to figure out how to be able to easily show the stuff in a channel without having the possibility of accidentally showing like private messages or stuff like that. Because if somebody sends me something privately, I don't want to, that'd be rude. So I got to figure out how to make it so I can show you guys that channel without showing the rest of my Discord. And I know it's possible because I've seen lots of other crafting streamers do it. I just have to learn how. I do feel like having more fun colors to work with on stream would be nice because then even if you're doing a simple project like this, which is what most of my projects are going to be mostly just simple knit scarves, hats, and hand warmers because that's what I can pump out quickly. And like I said, I set myself a goal to donate a bunch. So I don't want to do anything too complicated because that's going to slow down the process. Now I might occasionally like do a small project where I learn a new stitch or something. That would be cool. I like learning new things. Not very often I have enough people in my channel that I have to scroll down on my Firebot list to make sure I don't have any bots at the bottom. Appreciate you guys. I've always liked creating things. Like, I grew up on a farm, and I didn't always have the time or opportunity to do a lot of creating, but I always did enjoy when I had a little bit. So, like when I went to college for the first time, I took a woodworking class, made a nice little mahogany box and stuff like that. Cooking, I guess, has been my big one for many years. I've made a lot of friends over cooking. I literally was out grilling brats one night. Not grilling, but cooking over a campfire in my front yard, 10 feet from the sidewalk. I live in town. And I was sitting there cooking food and having a cigarette, and I stopped and, hey, do you by chance have a cigarette I could bum? And I'm like, yeah, sure. You want a brat too? He's like, yeah. I like doing these narrow scarves because they do go pretty quick, but at the same time, I hate having to switch my direction constantly. I like being able to do long lines. I'm probably gonna take a short break at about an hour and a half. We'll see. Either hour and a half or 2 hours. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. I might actually, when I do go to break, I'm considering looking and seeing if I can find my glass cabochon stuff, because actually the first time I was in the Crafty Lady stream as a viewer, I had posted in her Discord some pictures of my glass cabochon eyes, and like, oh, you need to do a stream on those. And I didn't even think about it when I set up for today. I just wanted to try doing the knitting because it's something I already have set up to go. But I'm gonna take a quick look when I go to break and see if I know where. To be honest, that might be where my acetone is too. Possible. I might have it in the thing with my cabochon. But if I can find the stuff to do it, I might switch over to working on one of those. It's been years since I've done one of those. Is that something you guys would be interested in? Would you, if I can find it, no guarantees, but if I can find it, do you want to see me switch over to the cabochons and do an eye, or would you rather see the knitting? The eye would probably be more interesting if I can find the stuff to do it. The options are, if I can find it, I might switch over to painting a glass cabochon dragon eye if I can find my tools. If I cannot, then that's not an option. But would people rather see me paint a dragon eye or continue with the knitting was the option. Like I said, I make no guarantees because suppose I could just put up a poll. Paint dragon eye or continue knitting. Oh, are you already on it? Thank you. I can't see it because I don't have my screen manager up. I must be turning this all the same direction. I'm getting twisted. That's weird. The poll isn't showing when I look at the screen manager. Interesting. If I look at just my regular screen. Check time. Oh, there we go. Now I can see it. All right, cool. Thanks for putting the poll up, okay? Looks like we've got one vote for knitting so far. And we're almost at the halfway point. So if anybody else wants to get a vote in, go ahead and get that in. After the poll ends, you have to run. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, Sky. Appreciate you. Ooh, we got 50-50. Who wants to put a tiebreaker in there? Got about a third of the time left on the poll. Still at 50-50. You were the tie. Well, I guess if nobody else ends up voting, then it's up to me. Or up to whether or not I can find my stuff. It can take anywhere between half an hour to 3 hours to make one of those eyes, depending on how detailed you want it to be. If I make one on stream, it's not going to be a 3 hour one. I'm not going to go that detailed. It's always up to you. Oh, yeah, but I do like to get chat's input on what they would find interesting or more interesting. Looks like we're almost out of time and still at 50-50. Last second vote. We got maybe like 10 seconds left, something like that. Okay. Poll finished out at 50-50. So I think I'm just going to look and see, and if I can easily find my equipment, I might switch over. If I cannot easily find my equipment, then we're going to keep knitting. But I'm not going to break just yet. So yeah, we're not quite at 1.5 hours yet. The needle got stuck in the headset cord. Tommy, welcome in. Thanks for the work, Lurk. Appreciate you. All right, probably get 2 more rows in and then maybe go to break. How long my break will need to be will be partially determined by whether or not I'm switching to anything or not, because I do have to set up a couple of things a little bit for that. And I do have a couple other things I need to take care of during the break as well. No, cat, let go of my yarn. Let go. Let go. Thank you. Probably gonna finish this line. Oh, we got an ad starting soon too. Well, that's a good time to go to break. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this line and then I'm gonna go to break and I'm gonna go see if I can easily find my stuff. Like I said, it's been years since I've done those, so I need to make sure I have the stuff accessible to me right now. Um, and I guess when we come back, we will find out whether we are still knitting or whether we are painting. All right, back this up for a minute. All right, we are going to go to break. I think I'm going to set it for. See it better. I think I'm going to set it for a 15-minute break, just so I have time to look for that stuff. If you need a drink, need a snack, need to stretch your legs, or take your medications, or use the restroom, now is the time, and we will be back soon. All right, we are back, and miracle of all miracles, I have actually managed to find my painting supplies. Um, I don't know if I'm going to keep these gloves on or not. I'd prefer not to paint my hands if I can help it, but it is what it is. So I guess I can move this so you can see my tools a little bit here. These are just as placeholders, but basically what I do is I paint on a design. I'm not going to need all of them. Let me put away the ones I'm not going to use. You can tell which one I use the most, covered in paint. I don't usually use these big archy ones for this. I probably won't need that one. Okay, so the pointy ones like this are usually the ones I'm gonna use the most. I'm gonna get it where, let me switch so I can see my cam better. Here we go. So what I do is I lay the paint on first, and then before it's fully dry, I scratch much of it back off. Now comes the stinky part, getting the paint out. First one I'm going to need is black. And then we will decide after what colors we want. Actually, that's something I can do now. Before we even begin, let's look at some of these colors. These are three that I've actually shaken up recently because I've used them, so the other ones I'm going to have to shake a whole lot. In an area where you can see. This one's hard to tell because it's not mixed very well, but it kind of gives like a gold flecky. There we go. A little better. Let me take this off for now so I'm ready to actually paint. Should have shaken these up during break. Put two in each hand and get them shaken up as quick as I can here. And do it without throwing them. Everything shakes. It's an earthquake. You can probably hear my mic shaking. They're shaking up a little bit now. Ooh, this one, we're not going to be able to use this one. This one's too dried out. That one doesn't shake up anymore. That one's garbage. That one's a no-go. Bummer. Another flat. Ooh, this one is. Let's shake it up. This is one of my favorites. I love this. It's really, come on, focus. Really iridescent. Mm-hmm. This one's just white. I don't know if I'm gonna shake up good enough. This one I really enjoy, but I've got to modify it a bit before I use it. It's kind of goopy right now. I think I have to maybe try adding just a tiny little bit of like a drop of nail polish remover to it. Might thin it enough to make it usable again. This one might also have bitten the dust. Oh, it's all right. Oh, also, I think my Firebot overlay stuff might work again now. Let me try doing a channel point redemption and see if it works properly. It did! Yay! Okay, so my channel point redemptions should work now. And I also managed to, what is this stuff? Dust all over my hand. Oh, from the inside of the gloves, I bet. Um, yeah, I figured out a thing during break. I got my channel point redemptions set up properly again, so they work. Feel free to use them again now. There we go. Okay, I think that is everything. And then this is just a pearlescent powder that I can add. Some of my paint are flat, so if I want to add some shine to them, I use that. Oh, and then I think, yeah, this is another one that I use sometimes, so we're going to pull that in there. Okay, so the black ones we definitely need. We'll pull those out and have those ready, because I need that for the pupil. Now, let's sort these just a little bit. So blues and purples over here. Yeah. I guess we can do like light blue green-ish in between. Don't tip over, please. White down on this end. Reds, oranges, yellows, golds in the middle. This one is nice as like a small accent color. You just have a few little flecks here and there. That one. Now we get to start making decisions. So do we want to do an eye that is more gold red heavy or one that is more blue green purple heavy? Because that's a decision I need to make before I start. What do you guys think? Do you want to see more of a blue eye, green eye type coloring, or like a more red orange coloring? Let's see if I can, might be able to make this work so I can show you on my phone. My server. There we go. So if I can get this to show up. This is a blue-green type. And this is more of the red gold. And then this is the one that took me the longest. This was like a 3-hour project. This was a lot of, sorry about the glare, this was a lot of different colors. That one took me a long time. So, do we want to go more in the blue-green range or more in the red-yellow range? I'm happy to do either. I want to make something chat inspired today. For blue-green, I guess I can show you more clearly. All right, so for purples, see if I can get it to light properly so you can actually see the color. Nope, that's not how you hold that so people can see. I don't think I'm going to use this one. This one's not mixing well. We'll put that one away. But this is actually the color I have on my nails right now. Doesn't show up perfectly, but it's a really pretty iridescent purple. I wonder if I shine my phone light on it, if that would help. Sorry, probably going to be glare again for a moment. That helps a little. There you go. So that's a really pretty iridescent purple. Basically the same thing in blue. And this one's more shiny, kind of a more of a tealish color. And then we have these lighters. This is a little more green than it looks on camera. Actually, quite a bit more green than it looks on camera. This one is a baby blue. That one's relatively accurate on cam. And this is another metallic blue. And a flatter blue. And then for the more red colors, we've got, I'm not shaken up very good, an iridescent red. And bright orange, this is a good accent color. This is like gold fleck. And with this is kind of a gold fleck. Another very metallic, shiny red. Kind of a peachish color fleck. Good accent color. And then this one is kind of a, man, how do I describe that? Mother of pearl, but kind of peachish colored. And then again, we have the iridescent white and the flat white. All right, put this light away. Oh, put this light away. There we go. Light away. Thank you for the lurk, Sky. All right, so now that we've gone through all the colors we have available to us, put these couple away that I'm definitely not using. Let me make sure this was the goopy one and not the other one. Yeah, that's pretty goopy. Wonder how this one is. This one should be okay. This doesn't have glitter, it's the pearlescent as opposed to glitter. Okay, so those are put away. We have an ad coming up in a couple of minutes. Let me... My mouse is covered in the dust from those gloves. I didn't realize those gloves were the kind with dust inside. They were just ones I had sitting in here. Let me put a poll. Oh, I have to change my stream title. One moment. Pro streamer. Come on, mouse, cooperate with me. I gotta try to do this without tipping anything over. Okay, that should be, there we go. That should have updated now. Now it says we're painting dragon eyes. Now I can go do the poll I wanted to do. New poll. Hard to type in this position. There we go. Full should be up now. Should be. Yes, full is up. So red, orange, yellow spectrum or blue, green, purple spectrum. What should we do? Looks like we've got one vote for blue, green, purple. Oops, bumped my monitor with my keyboard. That's not good for either one of them. I'm going to turn my mouse off for just a moment so I can clean this dust off of it. It's hard to use. I have a weird mouse. Got all my other stuff in the way. I can't even fit. There we go. I play games on a couch, so I have to have a trackball mouse. The nice thing about this one is it's got this plate on the bottom that allows you to flip it and change the angle. Man, I wish I had more room here. Change the angle of how it sits to make it more comfortable for you. Kind of nice. Okay, got an ad break in progress. As soon as ad break is done, I think we're gonna go ahead and start. Because I can at least do the pupil while we're waiting for the vote. Get some of these out of my way so I can. I think for now I'm gonna start putting the red ones back in the thing, and if the vote changes, I'll just pull them back out again. I think I might use this gold. Where'd you go? Keep these gold ones out though, because gold flex can look good in those as well. Maybe. All right, looks like the time is running down. So far, we still have the blue-green vote, so that's probably what we're going to go for. Now, this black. The first thing we're going to do is the pupil, which means the first thing I need to decide is whether I'm going to do a vertical slit pupil or whether I'm going to do a circular pupil. And I need to figure out whether it's going to be large or small. Make sure that this is shaken up as much as it needs to be. I don't want to start painting and have it be uneven because I didn't shake it well enough. There we go. Make sure I didn't get any of that dust. I actually do a quick just make sure there's nothing on there because we want our paint to stick properly. I don't like these gloves. I have better gloves upstairs, but I don't want to go get them. Okay, so I think for this one, I'm going to go with a vertical split. Start. I used to somewhere have a little graph paper thing that I use to help keep these straight. I don't know where it went. I'm going to make this slit go up a little higher and down a little lower than I intend it to be in the end, because I will be stretching some of this away. Widen it a bit in the middle. I am getting old. I need to put my reading glasses on for this. I'm going to close this back up and put my reading glasses on. I haven't done this in so long, and I didn't need reading glasses to do this the last time I did this. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, I can see what I'm doing now. All right, so we want to just let this dry for a minute because we're going to have to put another couple of coats on this black to make sure that it is good and solid all the way through, and you can't see any light coming through it. We're just going to let it sit there until it's not quite fully dry, but getting there. And then add another layer. I will say that while I am doing this with my reading glasses on, it may be difficult for me to read chat. And if we go outside the area that we want to be in, it's not a huge deal. It can be fixed multiple ways. Not only that, but a lot of times pupils aren't perfect. I want to lay it on too thick in one swipe because I want it to dry. When you're finished with these, you can put Mod Podge on the back of them to get it to stay a little better, so if they get clunked around or whatever, you don't lose all your paint. Okay, we're going to let that dry just a little bit before we add another layer. Tweak, tweak, tweak. I'm going to adjust how I look at things so I can see them a little better. There we go. Now I'll be able to see chat a little better even with my reading glasses. Now if I can figure out where my little fan. I don't know what I did with it. Can't see it. Where did I put it? Looking for my little fan. Well, my husband just came in the room and he saw me looking around for something and he gave me a look like, "What are you looking for?" I'm looking for my little fan to help dry the fingernail. Thank you. He found it for me. Awesome. I have this awesome little fan that I use for cooling myself because it also works great to help stuff like this dry quicker. And again, I don't need it completely dry. I just want it dry enough that when I put the next layer on it, it'll stick as opposed to smearing everything that's already there. the polish I'm using is also designed to be a two-step process, but I've used it for this before and it works fine. Getting there. One or two more layers after this one, and that pupil should be good. We'll let that sit for another 20-30 seconds, and then we'll throw another layer on. I think one more layer might be enough. One more shake. Make sure we're mixed up good. Hopefully this will be the last of the pupil layers. Okay, I think that's probably going to be enough to do it. Mix this up and look through it. Nope, I need one more. I can still see, I don't know if you can see it on stream. Over. Yeah, you can't really see it that way, but when I flip it up and I look up into the light, I can see a little bit of light through it. So we need one more layer. Yeah, not even over the whole thing, just at the one end. It needs just a touch more. Yeah. I was debating. I was like, can I get away with not doing that? And the answer is no, I cannot get away with not doing that. It means just this. No, don't spin around so I lose which end I need to paint. Stay there. You don't want a ton on there because we're just doing one little spot. This bit down here needs a touch more. That should do it. We'll hold it up again and see if that looks good. Yeah, that covered it. All right. So you gotta let this dry just a little bit more. And then I'm going to take one of my scrapers and I'm going to scrape down the edges of the pupil to get it closer to the shape that I want. Excuse me. Get this just a touch more dry. I don't want it too goopy. Usually I will let the black dry for a while before I start adding colors, just to make sure it's set a little more. But because I'm streaming right now, I'm going to push it a little bit. And I'm going to start using some of the other colors before this black is as dry as I would like it to be. So we'll see if that works or not. It's an experiment. That's funny. Because of the extra drag on the air blowing, it can, if I hold it at just the right angle, it can sometimes spin it a little bit when I'm blowing the air on it. Of course, as soon as I say that, it stops. There it goes. That's interesting. I don't think that is from the paint on the top. I think it's blowing underneath and making it wobble, and the wobble is making it spin. Physics is fun. All right, let's see if this is dry enough. Which tool is going to do the best job for me on this one? Probably this. All right, let's see if this is dry enough to start scraping the edges. Because I don't want it to be, you're not going to be able to see that. You know what? I'll just deal with getting paint on my hands. I don't care. I don't have any of the powder from the gloves on my hand. Because the gloves are covering up stuff. Okay, so I want to kind of scrape this away. And I already forgot one of the most important parts, and that's having something to wipe off your scraper on. That's important. You're going to want to wipe your scraper really often. I'm just kind of thinning out these ends a little bit, so it's a little wider in the center, and a little narrower at the top and bottom. Kind of like that shape at the top. Works for me. Right, let's spin it around and shape the bottom a little bit. And I'm trying to make this so you guys can see it, but my camera angle is awful. I don't really like how this bottom half cuts off, so I might shorten it a little bit. Getting better. Okay. So you see how on this end, kind of flat. Flip it over, you can usually see it better from the good side. Yeah, on this end it's real flat. So what I'm working on right now, it's kind of hard to see on screen, but I'm working on making that a little more pointy. And I'm doing my best to, without scratching the glass, keep it nice and flat. Try to take off as much residue as I possibly can from these areas that I've scraped very carefully so I'm not gouging into the glass. Getting there. Getting closer. Ooh, scrape. Oh no, that would be awful. It actually wouldn't have worked earlier in stream because when I was setting up this scene, I forgot to add my overlays. So Firebot wasn't working until I went to my break, and then I remembered to add my overlays, and I said she was proud of me because I set up a scene all by myself. Okay, that's good. That's about where we want it. Now it's not perfect, but art doesn't have to be perfect. Um, and it's hard to give you guys an angle where you can properly see that. There we go. I'm kind of there. You can see it goes a little farther to one end than the other. But that's okay. That's not a big deal. We can work with that. Seems to be working since nothing caught fire too much. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing all right. I've already got paint on my hand because I stuck my hand on this thing. All right, so we're just going to take a minute to dry this a little bit because, like I said, I usually let this sucker dry for like a good half hour before I start adding colors. I like having my black pretty well cured before I start adding colors, but we don't have time for that. Adora Fox, welcome in. Good to see ya. I'm doing a new thing today. I've never been on cam on stream except with my VTuber before, so this is brand new to me. Started out with knitting, and we are now making a glass. These are such weird angles to work with. We are now making a glass cabochon dragon eye, and we've just finished putting the pupil in. I am currently doing the boring part of drying the black pupil before I can add any of the colors. So we get to just sit here for a minute while I blow this fan on here and get this to dry a little more quickly. Can you guys hear my Spotify okay? Would it be too loud if I turned it up a little bit? Because it's kind of quiet on my end. I guess the better question would be to actually turn it up first and then say, is this still okay? Okay, that's a good volume for me. Is that a good volume for you guys, or did that get too loud? Seems all right. It's good? Awesome. Cool. Come on, dry faster. The the reason I have to let this dry for so long normally is because I am not using a standard paint. This one is supposed to have a second layer to it, and I didn't buy the second layer. So it does take a little longer for it to dry than normal paint does, but I just really liked how black it was. Like it's just a really nice black. It's not gray, it's not blue, it's not purple, it is black, black, black. All right, I think I'm gonna test the edge just a little bit with my thing again and see where we're at, see if we're close enough to where I can start working with the other stuff. I might actually set this on top of here, give it a little more grip, and it might give you better visibility. Very gently. Okay, yeah, that seems pretty good on that side. This side's a little thicker. Turn around and check this side. That's still a little on the gooey side, but if I'm really careful with my first color, I think I can make it work. So, on to colors. Now we have decisions to make. Adora Fox was not here yet when I showed all the colors I have. So now we're going to show them again. Only half of them though, because I decided to go with the mostly blue-green range. I'll hold them up to the light once I get them all down here. I'm just giving them each a little bit of a shake as I put them down. I got an ad starting soon. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the snooze. That was good. Probably not going to use this flat blue, so we'll put that away. And this is really similar to this one, so we'll put that away. Excuse me. So, these are the colors we're going to be... Oop, I skipped one. These are the colors we're going to have to work with today. So we'll start dark and go light. We've got this. The colors don't show up perfectly on stream. This is actually the color on my nails right now. Eee, focus. 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 Why are you like this, camera? Focus. That's as good as you're gonna get. Yeah, this is the color that's on my nails. It's a deep, shiny purple. And then we have basically the same thing in blue. I've got a little bit of this on my nails too, but it's harder to see. This nail has blue stripes on the outside and purple down the middle. And then we've got, this is kind of a blue-green metallic pearlescent. And then these colors would be used more for accent, for gold flecks in the eyes. I would use this very sparingly for little red flecks. And then we have these, which this one is a baby blue. This one is far more green than it appears on stream. It is a blue-green. I wonder what it's called. Turquoise. Yeah, it's turquoise. Turned up turquoise is the name of the color. So this is turquoise. So I'm thinking I want to do kind of a light colored ring around the pupil and then go dark and then go light again on the edges. And the flecks, this stuff will be added later in the game. We do the blues and greens first, and then we'll add those later as accents. So if we're going to start light and go dark, then I think our main colors starting off are going to be these three. And we'll do the purple blue more on the second set. So think I want it to be heavier in this color. And these would be just very sparingly in there. I think what I'm going to do, I've never actually done this like this before. I'm going to do an experiment. I'm going to do little dots of these and then paint around it with this. And see how that goes. Let's move these out of the way for now. I'll do a few little dots with this light color right around the pupil. And then, oh, I didn't shake that up good enough yet. These are so old. But they still work. I just used them on my hands. So, gotta love China glaze. Keeps forever, apparently. Okay, so I'm just gonna do like a little dot here. And do a dot here. I'm trying to push the puddle into the black so I don't have to touch the black with the brush. This is going to be as much of a surprise for me as it is for you guys because I'm actually using several new techniques that I've never used before. Just experimenting. Okay, I don't want to overdo it with this color, but maybe one more tiny spot up here. That's more color than I wanted on there. There we go. Okay, so there's those. I will stop when the ad break starts, so you guys don't miss any of the procedure here. Looks like we've still got a couple of minutes before that starts though. So that'll be a good time to just kind of let things dry for the next layer. I'll try to get this layer done before that ad break starts. Okay, let's put, I want a little more color on there. Just right here. Ooh, I gotta wait a second. Wolf is sitting down. I almost made a big mistake. Gotta let him get settled. There we go. I'll put a nice right next to the other one, kind of running into it. A little more paint on there. Push it into the black. We don't want any gap between the black and the surrounding colors. I'm gonna have to scratch a bunch of this off. That went way bigger than I wanted it to, but that's okay. It's easy to fix. I think I'm gonna put one little dot out here somewhere. We'll see a little bit of that shine through in the other scratching. Maybe here. That looks good. This is just going to look like a mess for right now. Another little dot over here. Maybe one down here. Just give them a couple of colored freckles. There we go. No, sorry about that, Scott. I didn't see you come in. I have a new scene set up and it's not perfect yet. I'm still working on it. Usually Wolf sets up my OBS stuff, so I think that's just me not setting things up correctly thing. My apologies. Should be there next stream. Okay, so we wanted to go with this color next. Ad break is about to start, so we'll wait to add this color until after ad break is over. We're just going to chill here for a couple minutes. I love that fox. It's so adorable. You can't hear me say it because that. Oh wait, is ad break over or is ad break running? I'll take a look at it. I know I have the right sound, and I'm pretty sure it's applied. I'm pretty sure I have, like, I'm pretty sure it has played on stream before, but I think I don't have stuff set up right on this scene. I think I'm missing stuff in my scene. So, didn't get an ad? Okay. Well, I guess we'll just keep on keeping on then. All right. Well, we do still need to let this dry just a little bit. Ad or no ad, that's important. Let me switch back to my Firebot screen because I can see that so much better with my reading glasses on. Now we have ads. Okay, well that worked. Suppose I could move this where it's, there we go. Boy, that certainly doesn't look pretty yet. Yeah. This is Citizen Soldier. I found them on Facebook in Reels, and I just absolutely love their music. The lead singer is a guy who wrote his first song from inside a mental institution and is now a singer and therapist, and all of his music has to do with mental health. It's amazing. I love it so much. Yeah, highly recommend this band. They are amazing. They really cover a lot of different mental health issues in their music, and I've got a lot of different mental health issues, so it's appropriate. I have PTSD and anxiety and depression, and I go through a lot of the things. So this music is really nice. I like it. All right, that's getting close to being ready. It's not quite there yet. Give me about another 30-45 seconds of drying this, and we'll be ready to move on to the next color. Adora Fox, are you in my Discord? I don't remember if you joined my Discord or not. Also, Wolf, can you check my Discord and make sure that everybody who has joined today has gotten their pup roll? If anybody has joined today, it is. It really is. I mean, probably Adora Fox. You are there. Awesome. I do have a Spotify playlist channel in my Discord. I believe I have at least one of my Citizen Soldier playlists in there. So if you want to just go grab that, feel free. Yeah, I think this was the first song I heard by them. Easy's Never Been This Hard. Okay, that should be dry enough to keep continuing. Oh, yes, we do need to introduce you to Sammy. Sammy is the other fox in our community. He is also an adorable fox. That's great. Okay, so we're moving on to the next color. Now this one, I am just going to kind of paint all the way around the pupil. Nice big ring going out to like there, all over everything. All the way to the edges on the top and bottom. Much. Okay, that one. Okay, now this one we don't need to dry as much. This one's like maybe 30 seconds of drying before we move on. Lots of pauses and delays in this kind of a stream. Once I dry it a little bit, I'll flip it over so you can see what it's looking like from the other side. Okay, before this dries much more, I want to scratch off. Pretty sure one of my tools rolled away at some point. I don't know where it went. The one I was using. There it is. Okay, I want to scrape away some of this because I went a little far out towards the edges and I want to scrape it away before it's totally dry. This is the part where my fingers start getting dirty. This one, I don't want coming out quite that far, so we're just going to pull that in a little. But I want to be careful not to scrape off any of those little dots that I made. A little better. And we're going to want to do one more layer of this color. Plop it right on top of that layer. And this does not have to be totally dry to do this. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go right over the pupil and everything. Cover it if it'll let me. Gently, so we don't pick up that black, and we'll even scrape a little off on there. Get a pretty good puddle. Let's cover this all up. Flip it over so I don't transfer any darker color onto these lighter areas in case I picked up a little bit of that black, which I think I might have. Wipe that off. We're just going to make sure that this is completely opaque. We don't want to be able to see through any of it. My hands are so shaky. Ooh, way too much. Right in here, you can see it's a little on the thin side. We're just gonna bring that out over there again. Make sure it's fully covered. That should be good enough for now. Really? I don't think I can't think of any Sams that I went to school with. Male or female. Okay, and again on this one I went out a little too far, so we're just going to scrape that off while it's still pretty wet. Come up here. Scrape this a little. Trying not to do what I just did and make a big old fingerprint in this. We'll just scrape it off. Stop sticking your fingers in it. Stupid fat fingers. Okay, I think we're good enough to where I can flip it over so you can see what it's looking like so far. That's what we have so far. A couple little different colors in there. Yes, I do. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to dry this just a touch more so I don't screw it up too bad when I go to scratch it. And we get to do our first scratching. The first scratching is the hardest because the first one is the one where you really have to be careful around the pupil. Once you get that first one done, you can move out a little from the pupil. Yeah, it wouldn't be so bad during knitting. Okay, let's see how we're doing with that. Is that a little bit more yet? Not quite. It's still a little bit too tacky to scrape. Man, I wish I could get my cam to focus better on this. Maybe it's just pixelated because I have the screen so big over here. Maybe if I make it more the size people would see it on stream, it wouldn't bother me so much. That's not what I meant to do. Give me back my window. You think it's just stretched too much? Yeah, and I did stretch it a lot. I tried to figure out how to zoom the cam before stream, but it was being a pain in the ass, so I just stretched the thing too much. So that's probably why it is. But I can have Wolf look at it after stream, and maybe next stream we can improve that. Okay, let me make sure this is clean. I don't want any gobs of paint on the end for this. Might actually have to use a little bit of nail polish remover on this. When we start scratching, we don't want a bunch of other residual paint on the scraper. Careful not to spill my stuff on my project. It's not so much about the color of the dried paint that you get on these. It's more about if you have dried paint stuck to the tip, it can fatten the tip and make your lines too wide. Okay, thanks for popping by. Enjoy your work. Um, Thanks for popping by. I appreciate you. Try not to work too hard. Okay, I'll let the stuff dry off my fingers before I try to handle this again. I've never done these little dots in here before, and I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to work around them. But I think for now, I'm just going to avoid them and try not to touch them. Now I'm going to do kind of a sunburst pattern. Oh, I hope I didn't let that dry too much. I'm going to do kind of a sunburst pattern coming out from the center, and I'm going to intentionally have some going slightly different ways. And I want to just clip a tiny, tiny bit of that pupil as I'm going. Because when you look at a pupil, you normally will see little lines going into it. flip her a little bit and get her come at it from a different angle, get some lines going at a little bit of a different angle. Flip around, get the other side. Now you won't really be able to see these very much if I flip it over until after I get off there. Until after I add the next color. Get off there. And this, and see if you're able to see this. I don't know if you will be or not. You might not be able to. This is what happens when you put too much paint on. You get little, kind of see it, like right in here. See how it kind of flipped it up? Makes it rougher, makes it a little harder to work with because I put a little too much paint there. So it feels like you're scraping off like 80% of your work when you're doing this. But I've found that the more paint you scrape off in each step, the better the finished product is going to look. To an extent. I mean, you don't want to scrape it all off, obviously, but the more little lines you can get in here, the more color is going to come through from the other layers. See what that's like. You can kind of flip it over and look and go, oh, I need to add more lines right here. This spot didn't have enough lines. Again, I'm kind of trying to leave those dots a bit more intact than some of the other stuff because I want to see how those turn out. Once you do your initial lines, you can come in and be a little more fast with it. Just kind of scrape, 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 scrape. Those initial lines are kind of like a guideline. Like, oh, go this general direction. Let go of my blade. Let go of my blade. Let go of my blade. Oh my god. Stop. Thank you. Okay, let's see what we're looking like now. Nope, that needs more scratches. Okay. And I also start out lightly scratching, and then as I go, I start scratching a little harder, or I'll change the angle of my blade to get a fatter scratch. Stuff like that. Again, it's been, oh God, Wolf, how long has it been since I've made some of these? How many years? Let me get that gob off. Give me the gob. Okay, I gotta dry this just a touch more before I do more. Gotta be at least 2 or 3. I think it's been more than that. Have I even done one since we've been married? Have I? I didn't think I did. I thought I had done them all before we got married, and that was 2018. So I noticed while I was scratching that it was still a little on the goopy side, so I just wanted to give it a touch more dry before I look at it a little more. Whoops, inked the thing right out from under it. I think I'm gonna grab, I'll just, I don't need to use a new one, I'll just fold this over the other way. Okay, so show you where we're at right now. There we go. Kind of see. So we're almost ready to add another color. I got to do just a touch more scratching in a few areas here. I was trying to leave those dots alone, but it doesn't look right with them left alone, so I got to scratch those up a bit. Don't like how this spot's turning out over here. I had the paint too thick, and I don't know. I may have to add more paint and try again over here. Okay. This is where, oh, I can't hold it like that for you to see it. Put over. This is where we're at right now. Still not totally easy to see through it, but once I add more colors. All right, so next color. I think I think I wanna add a little more of this light color. I kind of like that in there. But this layer is going to get a lot of scratching, I think. We're going to do a layer of this light color and then another layer of that darker color over the top of it. Now you can do these as simply as you want. You can do like 3 layers total if you want. That is 100% up to you. It does not have to be this complicated. But I just kind of look at it as I go and go, that's okay, but I would like more of this, or I would like more of that. And then I add the colors in as I go. A little bit more. It feels watery. There I go painting my finger again. See what that's looking like. Yeah, I think that'll make those scratches that I already had in there look pop out pretty good. Now we need to do another scratching and get some darker colors in there. All right, so we'll dry this just a little bit so we can get scratching away. And then we're going to add a darker color. Just waiting for that shininess that tells me it's wet to chill out a little bit. This is a pretty matte color, so I should be able to tell when it's dry enough to continue. Okay, that's starting to mat out a little bit. We're going to give it a few more seconds here. All right, hopefully, clean my blade. Hopefully we're at a stage where we can start scratching again. We'll do one test one. See? Come on, give me a grip. Get a grip, Sly! Oop, nope, that's still too gooey. Definitely not. Gotta wait a little bit more. It does seem like longer than that. I feel like Scott's been here since the beginning. Dry faster! The downfall of this type of stream. You can only make paint dry so fast. What an exciting stream, watching paint dry. Okay, let's try again. Let's see if we're ready to. Yeah. Hey, some people like watching paint dry. I'm just going to very lightly scratch on this layer because it is not as dry as I would like it to be. But I don't want to fart around forever, so I'll just very carefully and lightly scratch at this layer because it's still drying. That was a big gob of green. Now, sometimes I will intentionally add new colors before the old color is real dry, because sometimes I just kind of want the colors to blend together a little bit. Just scratch a little bit more in this area particularly. And then stick my finger in the paint again. Because why wouldn't I? Okay, hi. How's it going? Good to see ya. That's better. Okay, now I gotta do the same thing on this side. Right, I just need a new piece of toilet paper. This one is too crept up. You really have to, the biggest thing with this is adjusting your pressure as needed. You're going to have to adjust your pressure a lot as you go. Um, because like right here in this spot that I'm working on, it's really goopy and soft, and I got to be really gentle and careful. Whereas over here, if I'm just like a centimeter away, I've got to scratch pretty hard because it's thinner and drier. Let go, let go, thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna give you another view of what we're looking like now. Get you a white background. Might actually be easier to see with a dark background. How about this? Getting there. We're gonna put a darker color on next. So I gotta do a few more scratches. I see like a little line in here that I don't like. Right in this spot right here. Kind of has a barrier line where it looks like I went from one type of scratching to another, so we want to even that out a little bit. That's a little better. All right, I think we're good to get another little hit with this, and then thank you. All right, let's get our first darker color on there. So what do we want to do? I think blue, then purple, then back to blue. So now we're getting to the point where we're painting over the whole eye every time, pretty much. Like, I don't really have to go over the pupil fully again, but I need to cover, I need way more. Because I need this to go into all of those cracks. Now is where my fingers really start getting gross. Because no matter where I touch it, there is no clean spot on the edge anymore. I think I got it in the grooves pretty good there. She's going to need another coat. But the side looks alright. What? Give me more. There we go. Okay, that's got to dry for a minute while I get some of this fingernail polish off my fingers. We'll let that dry just a bit, and then we'll add another layer before we start scratching it. It's probably thick enough in the middle, but on those edges, it's still pretty see-through. Oop! I didn't even think about having to blow away my stuff. Those are the colors we're getting now. So adding that dark blue in really changed it. Yeah, sorry about the resolution on the camera. I'll have to work on that between stream because the camera is a HD camera. I think it is just because of how I have it zoomed in that it's getting really pixelated. I think there's another way to do the zoom where it's like a digital zoom as opposed to just blowing up the picture. But I wasn't able to figure out how to make that happen before stream today. So once Wolf has a chance to look at it, it'll probably get better. All right, that should be okay to put another thin layer on now. Give it another good shake. Thanks. Yeah, but Juliet's nails are painted far better than mine. Mine will be painted better later. I need to take this off and redo it. And now that I found my fingernail polish remover, I can. These did look really nice when I did them at first. They're pretty much gone now. I'm actually the palette that's on my hands is the palette we're using on the Dragon Eye. Right, let's see what that's looking like with the second layer. I probably can't paint another layer yet. That's still way too wet for another layer. Let's see if we can carefully, carefully flip it over. Yeah, I like how that deep blue is coming out. All right, let's dry this a little more. And not scrape it until that's a bit drier because that is really wet yet. I've got paper stuck to my finger, painted to my finger. Pikachu nails. I mean, feel free. So, streamy things may do weird things while I'm drawing, but Wolf is going to see if he can figure out things and stuff. Yeah, just so you know, all I did was zoom the OBS frame in to do that. I tried downloading a Logitech webcam thing that's supposed to allow you to zoom it with that today, but I couldn't figure out how to make it work. And if you turn it on, it turns anything else that's using the cam off. Thank you for the goat, Scott. He's like, I can do it now. She's not doing meticulous things. Resolution. Whoop. Cam goes poof. It'll be back. Wouldn't we want the like 1920 highest resolution is probably going to do us best. We'll be playing with resolutions. Thank you for the other goat, Scott. There we go. Hopefully that'll be a little better. It's a little blurry, but it's not so pixelated. All right, let's check this and see how we're doing now that Wolf is... Oh yeah, that's much better. I can pick it up without it grabbing my fingers now as much. Okay. I think I'm gonna do another little scratching and then do purple. I'll show you guys now that we've got the cam set up a little better. There we go. Kind of trying to get it so it's actually like at the angle the cam is at so you can see it better. There we go. Now you can kind of see some of the lines in there. So we need another dark color to go behind that. So, like I said, I think we're going to scratch and do purple. After we get the bits off of our knife. Wish it didn't stick so bad. Let go of my blade. Okay, so now we can get to the point where we're not nearly as careful. Those first couple layers are pretty touchy. But once you get here, you can just scratch. Just go for it. Like, I'm being pretty aggressive with this sucker now. It's okay if we're pulling a lot of paint off. If we pull too much off, we'll just add another layer. No big deal. Gotta make sure I scratch this edge pretty thoroughly because that only has blue paint on it right now. I don't want to leave much behind on the edge. Oh, that's got to gob. Let go. Let go. Ooh, I came into that pupil a touch more than I meant to. That's all right. It'll still look all right. Okay, I have to change the angle more. It's going too much in a straight line, so we gotta make sure we're pulling out in an angle from center, so it's more of a sunburst, starburst pattern as opposed to just lines. That's a little better. Flip it over and do the other side. Yeah, we've got the LED lights up above us here. Rope, like a rope light in a frame, basically. Light. In there. And again, I know when you're doing this, it feels like you're scraping away all your hard work. But it'll be worth it in the end. It'll come back. Be so pretty. Give me your goop. I don't want that hanging on the edge there. Yep. Please let go. I don't want to put this down right now. Kind of stuck to my fingers. Let go. You know what? Fine. Use a different blade. This is why I have multiples here, so when they don't listen, I get sick of them, I just grab another. They're not exactly the same blade, but I can use it in the same way. Oh no, I pushed my finger, my finger on there farther than I meant to. Gee, that might cause problems. Okay, see how we're doing now. That's what we look like right now. You can see when I put my hand back there, you can see the stuff that's see-through. Now we're going to add purple. I'm going to run the fan over for just a minute just to kind of set what we've done here. After I have cleaned my tools and my fingers a little bit. I'm going to move this ahead for now so I don't accidentally get my paint thinner on it. Fingernail polish remover, whatever. Sounds interesting. Can't say I've ever had spaghetti bread. One tool clean. One tool that doesn't want to be cleaned. No. A little bit of paint off my thinners. Oh, I didn't even think about it. It's now like grabbing the paint on my nails. I'm getting paper stuck to them. Good job, me. Yep, that nail polish is coming off as soon as stream is over. That is a mess. Yuck. All right, well, at least my tools are clean. Let's get this sucker a little drier. Maybe I can kind of have a couple little spots that can kind of be off of there. So what I'm doing right now is if I have any big gobs that are just kind of sticking up on the edges, kind of grabbing those gobs and pulling them off the edge because they can kind of interfere with future layers. There we go. Another nice clean piece to work with. No, don't fall. Back on there. There we go. Oh, that's nice. Good job, Grandma. All right, that is not dry, but it doesn't need to be all the way dry. It's dry enough to get our next layer on. So here we go with purple. Give this a good shake. Make sure it's properly mixed. I see a little line of lighter color in there, so I want to make sure we're mixed up really good. All right, here we go with the purple. Painted my toilet paper. Okay, I'm gonna try to pick this up when it's only half done on this color. See if I can show you what that does or what that looks like. See how on one side it's a lot darker, you got that darker purple coming through. On the other side you've still got the see-through. Also like that this blue and purple are such similar colors that I don't really need to be super concerned about whether I pick up a tiny bit of blue contamination on this brush. Okay. Try that for just a moment. Ooh, where'd they go? Where's their cruise? Okay, because these are similar colors, well, are you able to do something with this so I can move my legs a little bit? Careful, it's kind of heavy. Oh, my hip. It can go on the floor, it can go anywhere. I don't need it right now. I just really needed to move my legs because my hip hurt. All right, let me readjust so people can see again now that I move my legs. Okay, so as I was starting to say, I'm not going to worry too much about whether this is fully or even really much partially dried because they're such similar colors that it's not going to be a huge deal if I just start scratching now. Sometimes it's actually easier when it's a little wetter. Now, when you're scratching like this, you're scratching through all the layers. You're not just scratching through that top layer. Now, there may be times where you don't want to get rid of so much of the lower layers and you might scratch a little lighter depending on what you're doing. But when I'm doing this, I'm putting enough pressure most of the time to scratch through all of the layers. And anything closer to the edge, you always want to scratch a little more because that's where you're going to have the most, like those layers are going to go on last around the edge. Ew, gross. Get off there. Get off there. Go away, goober. Get off my project. Thank you. This one's getting a little crapped up, so we're going to go back to this one. Canadian Dragon, welcome in. How you doing? Sorry, focused on my project, so I don't always see things as soon as they happen. Let go of my fingy. Let go of my fingy. Thank you. A little better. Trying to scrape the toilet paper that I just glued to my thumb with fingernail polish off gently so I don't cut myself. These suckers are sharp. There we go. Did I clean this one? Not very well. All right. Turn it around. I don't want to wait too long because otherwise this will start drying and it'll look different on one side than the other. Not bad. Not sure what I want to do, so I may nap mood. Sorry, I know my hand's kind of in the way for you to see very well what I'm doing right now. This camera angle is not great for this. But I don't really have another way that I can hold this so you can see better right now. Let go of my blade. This is the most annoying part of these projects, is that it constantly is. I need something better than toilet paper. Actually, I have something better than toilet paper. It's just in the other room, and I thought about it now, and I'm not getting up now to go get it. I have some blue disposable shop rag type things that would probably work way, way, way better for this than toilet paper. Probably stick a lot less. Okay, let's see how we're doing. This is where we're at. That's with a colored background and with a white background. So probably going to want to go with some more dark colors. I might do another layer of light around the center of the eye and then go with more dark around the outside. So that would be, I guess, this one around the center. Turquoise or this one? Let me look at. I think the dark turquoise might be a little too much. I don't know. I like those little dots of it in there. It's not showing up great on stream, but I can see it in here. Can you see it on stream? Well, not like that, you can't. Okay. So, yeah, you can't really see the turquoise that's in there great on screen. But it is starting to look like an eye. I've also got to dig in a little bit more. You can see there's one spot, oops, there's one spot on the iris right down here. I'll use a better pointing implement. Right in this area right here is pretty flat yet. Whereas up here you can see I've dug into it. I want to do that all the way around because that's more realistic. So I've got to do more scraping before I do my next color. That goes a little deeper in. I have not yet, but I would be willing to do a custom order. That's something I would do if somebody asked me to make some for them, but I just haven't had the demand for it. Something that I've just kind of done in my spare time so far. Okay, so we want to get further into this pupil, which area? Okay, so this area is pretty good, but everywhere except there, we want to dig a little deeper into the pupil. Ah, don't roll over. Go away. Okay, that kind of looks a mess right now. But once we add more colors, I think that'll be I think that'll be okay. I gotta come in over on this side. Actually easier for me to look at it like this sometimes. God, it's staring at me from your left. Your eyes look like kind of a steel gray. My brother's eyes are very close to that color. One of my brothers. Other brother has dark brown eyes. Okay. How are we doing in there? So, actually on my left, but it needs to be evened out more. Okay. That makes sense then. I dug in a little far on this spot, but that's all right. We'll make her work. Narrow it out a bit. That's a little better. So hard, my cam is reversed, so when I try to hold it up, that's better. All right, now we can get our next color on. I think I am going to use a little more of this teal. Ads. Yeah, I like that color in there. Not too much, though. Too much would be too much. Yeah, I was saying yours look more of a steel gray. These are a little darker. I think I'm gonna go back to blue. You know what? That outside's already got a lot of blue. I think I'm just going to continue this color all the way out to the edge, and then I'll scratch it and do my next layer, either blue or purple. Sorry, I'm just going to pick this up and do it for this part because it's just easier. I don't know if it's even, no, it's not even on cam right now. Sorry about that. It's hard to do this down there. When I have to go all the way out to the edges like this, the middle stuff is fine. It's hard to get these edges good, and I need to like angle it so I can see it well. Okay. Oh. It's kind of crooked, but I like that iridescence that's showing through. All right, let's dry this puppy a little bit. I think I'm only going to put probably one or two more colors, main colors on, and then I might do. Actually, I think my next layer, I'm probably going to do some accent colors. Do a little bit of gold maybe on my next layer. And then on the final layer, I'll do probably purple and or blue. Yeah, the more layers you do of this, the more gobby they get. You always want to check your orientation when you start. Once you've got it just messed up in the back, sometimes it gets hard to tell where the pupil is. Check it, and then I will, often once it gets to this point, I will kind of make a midline, so I know that's like halfway. And then we can start. Now, because I am doing an accent layer on my next layer, I am not scratching as much off as I would if I was doing a full dark layer. But it also means that I need to let this dry more than I've let the other layers dry once I've scratched it before I add my next layer. Because that gold accent is not, it's going to have problems if I try to do it on wet paint. I need to get some a little closer to the pupil. That's a little better. All right, so that's all I really want to, oh, let go of my fingers. That's all I really want to scratch off for that layer. Now, you know, when it comes to doing custom eyes, obviously, yes, I can make them, I can use custom colors, but because of the way these eyes are produced, every one is going to be slightly different. I will not be able to perfectly replicate a pair of two eyes. I can get close. I can work on them in a set. So I'm doing the same colors at the same times, but they're not going to be identical because they can't be. Ooh, oops. Clean that up after. True, true. Wow, I took my break at an hour and a half. We're now at almost 4 hours. This, I didn't feel like this was taking this long. Like, I thought I'd only been working on this for like an hour. but it's really been like 2.5 hours. Okay, let's see if that's dry enough. Nope, not quite. Almost, not quite. I would love to do this with like the UV setting polish and have one of the UV things because that would make this go so much faster if I could just pop it under a little UV light or shine a UV light at it and have it set quickly. That would be so cool. But that would also require buying all brand new polishes, and this is like, I don't know, I probably got like 70, $80 worth of polish here, plus buying the UV light. But we deal with this the slow way. Okay. Okay, that's good enough. Now comes the decision of which gold I want to use. Because I have two that are similar. This one is a little brighter. Yeah, you can see it on stream. This one is a brighter gold. This one's got more like some coppery tones to it. This one has slightly bigger particles of the iridescent color. This has smaller particles. It's very well blended. Hmm. Maybe a mix of the two. Maybe we do this around the center. And then we switch to the other one. Ooh, I can open it. To the out. Come on, give me more. Oh, this bottle is so crusty. Yeah, I think I'm gonna maybe get rid of this bottle after this. Okay. Yeah, I'm not using that one for this anymore. That got crud everywhere. Let's I didn't even know you could use nail polish in an airbrush thing. I would have thought it would clog it really bad. But I've never done airbrushing. I've had airbrushing done on me, but I've never done airbrushing, so I don't know much about it. I wonder how much nail polish I have on my face right now. No, why did you do that? Stop that. I'm sure that this is not ready to do anything with yet, but I'm going to see if I can carefully flip it. Yeah, that, oh, you can't really see it on stream. Let me get my phone light and see if that's enough to make it show up for you. There, you can kind of see it. Yeah. Yeah, you can't really see the gold color much. I can kind of see it looking at it, but it just looks sparkly. All right, so let's try this just a bit more. I don't know. Do I want to? What do you think, guys? Do I want to add any more dark, or should we just leave this as is like this? Do we like this? Or should I scrape this and add one more layer of purple or blue? One blue eye and a golden eye? And if you see how bubbly and ugh, this is on the back, that's one of the reasons it's good to, once it has sat for like 24 hours and fully cured, you can put Mod Podge on the back and it will toughen it up because it's really easy for this stuff to get chipped off otherwise. I wish I had my finished ones that I've done in the past to show you, aside from just showing you on the picture on my phone. Um, but I lost them. I don't know where they went. I lost them, and I lost the paracord items that I made. I have no idea what happened to them. I had them in a bag together, and I can't find the bag. I need a proper crafting area. Let's see how we're doing here. A little less. A little less gooey, not a lot less gooey. Okay, looking at this in person, I do need to put one more layer over the gold layer. We will need to do one darker layer because there are a couple spots that are have too much gold. It doesn't really come through on screen, but it does here. So we're gonna do, I think, one more layer of full purple. We'll see how that looks. No, don't take all the gold off. Still got some in there. I think I might have taken more of that gold off than I meant to. Might actually have to relayer this gold one more time. I'm not waiting long enough in between these layers. I know better. But, you know, when you're on stream, you like to try and not make people wait too long for stuff. I just gotta be more careful on this side. So soft yet. Okay, that's good. There's still enough gold flecks in there to make it work. But we do have to dry that a little more before we add our final layer, because if we don't, all that gold's gonna go away and it's gonna mix in with our other color. Right? I remember putting the eyes into the bag with the paracord items to show somebody, and I don't know what I did with it when I was done showing them. I haven't been able to find it since. My fingers are so gooey right now. I'm trying to dry this from all different angles, so the little stuff that's sticking up dries a little more quickly. I think what I might do for my last layer. No, I changed my mind. I think I am just going to do this. The purple doesn't really show through a lot on here. I think we're going to do one more layer of the dark purple. No, it's a gallon Ziploc bag. Like it's got big stuff in it. I should be able to find it. Like I have, let me try to get where you can see my hand. Nope. So I make snowflakes that are like this big. I've got 2 snowflakes in there. I've got bracelets in there. I've got all kinds of stuff in there. I should be able to find it, but mm, nope, I can't put purple on yet. Come on, dry faster. I won't put my purple on. Also, the less time you take between layers when making these, the longer they're going to take to finish curing. So they're good and solid. Almost. Closer. Okay, I think if I touch up the edges just a little bit, I like to touch my edges up just a little right before my final layer. So if I've got any really big, chunky, goopy spots on the edge, I can pull them off. Okay, I don't want to mess with it too much more because I think I'm going to start making it worse if I do. So, final layer, hopefully, of dark purple. And this is going to be a pretty heavy layer. I want to make sure it covers really well and there are absolutely zero little spots that can be seen through. And here's where you really also got to make sure you get these edges really good, where your fingers have been touching, pulling paint off on the edges. You can always go across the front and use a little fingernail polish remover and take off anything that spills over the edge afterwards. But for now, you just want to make sure those edges are covered. So if I did one as a commission, it would turn out better than this one is going to, because I would take much more time, let each layer dry more properly in between. This is more just to show you guys how it's done. And to get me back into doing it. I haven't done this in so long. Now, because I went over those edges really well, I do have to wait just a bit longer before I can pick it up to show you what it's looking. Because I don't want to screw up those edges that I just painted. And you can also just go over this whole thing with a layer of black or whatever color you want in the background when you're done. Nope, can't pick it up yet. Not quite. Yeah, it's still really shiny. Not dry enough yet. Okay, I think if I do it really gently, I can pick it up now. And there is a little paint on the front here and there. I should grab my light again because you can see it a lot better with the light. Here we go. Now if I can just get it in the center, try to get it where it's not reflecting the upper light so bad, that's practically impossible. I guess I'll just move this light around it. And that's where we're at. A nice pretty blue eye. Thank you. Now we just gotta let that puppy dry overnight. For sure, at least overnight before you do anything else with it. Um, Once it has completely dried, that's when you can do the Mod Podge stuff if you want. Uh, hmm. All right. Well, that was fun. I really enjoyed. Let me take my reading glasses off so I can see chat better from across the room. I really enjoyed doing this crafting stream today. This was a lot of fun. I've been really hesitant to do it because I didn't feel like I had a great setup for it. But, you know, you work with what you got. And this has been really awesome. I had a lot of new people in my stream, new follows, and I have people that have been here for a while and got to see me do new stuff they've never seen me do before. Um, I've been wanting to do crafting streams for a while, and I've just been putting it off. One of the reasons I decided to start doing these is because, let me grab the link for you quick. I don't think I have it posted in my description yet, but I have started a I have started a throne list. Did ads just start? I'll wait till ads are done. Of course, I'm trying to talk to people and ads are starting. Got a minute and a half of ads. Of course not. I find it funny that it says my ad break ends in 8 seconds, but Wolf's doesn't end for 14 seconds. There we go. Okay, ad done. So what I was starting to say before the ad break so rudely interrupted me is that I have a throne wish list going, and on that list, most of my things I'm asking for are yarn. And the reason I am asking for yarn is because I have set myself a goal to create 50 items that are knitted to donate to homeless shelters or people in need by November 1st. Um, so I have my throne wish list set up. There's the link for it. If anybody would like to donate, never expected, but always appreciated. Anything donated to that yarn on that wish list, that yarn is going to be used. Now, I can't say I won't make anything for myself out of it. Most of that yarn is going to be used specifically to make donated uh, items to keep people warm next winter. All right, how are we doing? That is pretty good. I can't lay it on its back yet, but it's pretty good. I'm happy with that. That's not a great thing. I really wish I didn't have the big square, or I wish there was somewhere I could put it where I didn't have those lights in the background. I wish it was easy for me to just turn the lights off temporarily and only use my phone. But can we get zoomed in closer? Maybe. Come on. Zooming on my fingers just fine. Maybe if I do this. There we go. There we go. That's picking up the colors pretty good now. Sorry about the lights, but there we go. I like that. That turned out really nice. All right. Well, I think I better start thinking about who I'm going to raid out to here, because I now have all kinds of messes to clean up. Oh, I know who I'm going to raid out to. Wolf, could you pop my raid message up for me, please? Oh, they changed this. I've never seen it do this before. That is totally different. They completely changed how raids do. All right. We are going to raid Captain Fluffy Bubbles. He is a charity streamer. Everything he makes on Twitch goes to charity. He's a really awesome human being. Um, I'm going to wait until this ad stops playing for me on his channel before I actually go ahead and start the raid. But I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. I appreciate all of you, especially, not especially, all of you, the people who have been here forever, the people who are new and are, new followers. And oh, hi, noob. Sorry, we're just shutting down. I'm just getting ready to raid out. Um, but thank you all for being here. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all so, so much. We're going to go ahead and start the raid over to Captain Fluffy Bubble. And I'm not sure when I'll be streaming again, but hopefully pretty soon. I don't know if it'll be a gaming or a crafting stream, but I had a lot of fun with this, and I hope to see you all again very soon. Everybody have a wonderful time zone, and we'll see you all later.